Testing. Just got to take a sip of everything here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're live. This is some more terrible JavaScript game development. Working on my game here, TraceRacer, web browser skill-based game. So it's been a while. Didn't do a weekend stream. Kind of had a little mini vacation this weekend. So it's been almost a week since I last worked on this, since I last even really thought about it. So need to kind of refresh my memory here on what exactly we were doing. Now, we left with, I think where we left off was we've got our new little, the bubbles we pop. Once we pop them, they kind of shrink. They go up and shrink like that. And then once we hit a new checkpoint, which right now is every fourth bubble, every time you pop a fourth bubble, you go to a new checkpoint. So all those little bubbles there from that checkpoint goes and swipe off. So right now it looks good, but the problem is I'm just using like a hard-coded position. So if we play, yeah, if you see there, it just went like disappeared. So we're using like a hard-coded pixel position for the destination of the animation, right? The X value. So that is not good. I did it just kind of to, obviously for just demonstration purposes to make sure it worked. But also I'm thinking instead of having them swipe off to the side, let's console, there we go. Instead of having them swipe off to the side, I also want them to, I actually just want them to swipe up and out. So, I thought of this earlier this morning, or I came up kind of with a way I think I'm going to do it. So, in our marathon creator class, that's sort of our method that runs, our function that runs, that basically generates the whole game mode, generates all the bubble positions, figures out the center of the screen, puts the play area here in the center of the screen, generates all the bubbles and the colors, places them, and then also figures out like the positions of where these bubbles should be and everything. So we need to generate an off-screen position, which I like the idea of just doing up because technically you could play like this and like really stretch your screen way out, have it be very narrow. Oops. Don't worry about that. You could play the game like this, and then the bubbles would have to just slide like way off, which would just look kind of funny. If we like calculated an off, whatever our width of the screen was, and then figured out the width of the screen plus, a little bit of pixels, and then that would be our destination for where the animation would go. That would just look a little funny. Whereas the height of the screen probably wouldn't change too drastically. As of right now, the whole game actually scales off of the height. So if we do this, it's actually going to be we don't have like it doesn't scale off of the width if the width is smaller right now. So that's something I might be fixing. But I feel like that would just be, I don't know, less. You could do something like this too, and then swiping up might look funny, but I don't really care. I like the swipe up, I think, better. So, yes. let's make this just a little bigger here. All right, so yeah, so instead of swiping off, the animation I like how it kind of goes slowly. Like you kind of, well, actually, maybe I don't like that. Yeah, for now it's fine. So what I want to do is just figure out we're going to want to figure out the off-screen position that we want to swipe to, which I'm trying to think if it's okay. What's happening right now is just the X value is animated, so all of these bubbles along here just share the same X axis value, right? Because they're lined up on the X. The Y is the only differing thing. So it works nicely right now because all I'm doing, I have just one animation object that runs the animation of just that singular X value, and then it updates all the bubble positions because they all share the same X value. So that's really easy because one of my animation objects just generates one value over time as it animates over time, right? So we're just animating that X value, and then they all just share that value. But I'm thinking of changing that, right? Because if we're swiping up, then we're using a Y value. We're animating over the Y axis because they're going up, and therefore we need all different Y values. We need an animation running for each bubble, each of the 4 bubbles, which I'm okay with because what I think we'll do is we already have the move to animation set up for all of these bubbles in our navigation meter. And we already have, we've already got, because all these bubbles animate, up and down and whatever, depending on if the player plays or messes up or whatever, right? Or pops a bubble, messes up, that sort of thing. So we've already got animations that are moving along the Y-axis. So what I'm thinking is we'll just use the already existing animation object for that. And then what we'll do is we'll destruct, we'll just set the bubble to destruct itself when that animation finishes. Because right now, we have this. Boy, I haven't looked at this code in a few days here. Hang on a second. Quick message here. All right, so what we're doing in the code here is, okay, so this is our if. So we're determining if we're on a new checkpoint. So this whole if statement is handling those 4 bubbles, what needs to happen with those 4 bubbles. So I got a little McCafe this morning, just decaf. I already had some caffeinated coffee earlier. So we're determining if we're on a new checkpoint. And then well, I guess, okay, so this loop is looping over each bubble, each nav bubble prop. Okay, so we're doing if we're on a new checkpoint, which is a variable we that gets passed in now from the marathon. If that given bubble ID, BID, equals the previous bubble ID. All right. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what that check does. But I know it has something to do with limiting which bubbles we're looking at currently, to make sure we're only looking at bubbles in the previous checkpoint that are really in the previous checkpoint. Oh yeah, I kind of remember those, but I don't want to explain it. So this will then, we're looping, so we're already looping over each bubble that's in the navigation section, right? That's visible in the navigation section. So we set, the first thing we do is we already go to, oh, we already are repurposing. Oh, no. No, we're not. Okay, so what this does is this is the last bubble. So if you pop, let's just pretend this is the last bubble of a checkpoint. We pop it. We are then looking at that last bubble. That's what this BID equals. That's what this is. So we're checking if we're inside of this if statement, then the current bubble we are looking at is the last bubble of the checkpoint that we would have just popped. So what this does is this sets that animation for this bubble, makes sure that it animates up to its last like little position, right? Because as you pop, so we pop brown is going to shrink up to its little position, right? And then that cues the other animation to slide out, right? So we first make sure that we're on a new checkpoint, and then we're looking at that last bubble that was just popped for that checkpoint, for that previous checkpoint. We're setting those values, or we're setting the animation. Then in that animation, so we're using the move anim of that bubble, right? The move animation of that bubble. And we're doing set on elapsed, so we're setting a new on elapsed handler. So when the animation finishes, this little function will run. Oh, this whole big function will run. So what this function does is it sets up the new animation, which is part of our marathon progress meter. So this .anim. So it sets up that animation to move the bubbles off to the side. So what I'm thinking we're going to do instead of what we currently have is I'd like to repurpose the move animation of each bubble. So what we'd like to do for that then is, actually, I kind of want to, well, okay, before we get to this, I should figure out what that new position will be. So I'd like to do the new position should just be whatever the pixel radius of one of these little bubbles is minus a negative of whatever that radius is. So we got to figure out where we calculate that radius. Oh, you know what? Should I do it on the fly? Yeah. Let's just do it on the fly. All right, so I'm not going to do it in the creator here. I'm going to do it in, maybe I'll calculate it once up here. So we will call this, let's call this dot nav bubble destructed y is going to equal Oh. So what we'll do is we're just going to take the radius. Oh, wait a minute. We'll do this dot nav bubble props 0 dot r times a -1. That's what we want, right? Yes. So then that bubble will be just tucked away off the screen then. So when the little pink bubble there would be just tucked away. It would be negative, you know, whatever many pixels that is, the radius of that bubble is, you know, like 10 pixels or something right now. So it would be -10. And then it would animate right to that position, -10. So, oops. Come on, come on, come on. All right, so this should be good now. So we've got this dot nav bubble destructed y. So that's the position we want the bubble to the bubbles plural to animate to. So now we are still going to do this. Yes. Okay. So this bubble should still be getting animated to the correct position thanks to this spot here. But here we're just setting the on elapsed. Basically all we're doing if there's a new checkpoint, then we're setting it up to kill everything. So instead of all of this for right now, I am going, well, I'll leave it. I'm not going to comment it out yet, but I'll start typing the new thing. So we'll let that bubbles animation. Oh yeah, so we're setting the on elapse. So it's already going to animate to its proper small position, and then we're going to execute something else when that's done. So what we want to do we need to figure out how the bubbles we need to loop over. So we need to loop for each. Okay, so we need to kind of do this same thing here. So a loop just like this. So then for each bubble, this dot target bubbles I dot move and I'm bumping keys here. Dot move anim. Oh no, actually we just are going to do move to. So we want to just move each of those bubbles, fire each of them up to move. So then we're going to be moving them to our this dot nav bubble destructed y. Okay. So that will get them all animating off screen, which is great. And then we also need to then destruct this dot target bubbles I dot move anim dot set on elapsed. Okay. So now we need to set the what's going to happen when this current animation elapses. Calling move to resets everything, right? Yeah, it's got to. Marathon progress bubble. Yeah, so that does all the resetting, so we're good. So after we call the move to, we then can set the on elapsed. So when this move to completes, we can, well, right now we will destruct those bubbles. So we'll do, I guess all we need to do is this dot target bubbles I dot destruct, right? I don't know what I hit there. Fat fingering keys. Okay. So that should be all we need to do. Animate, kick off each new animation, and then just destruct each bubble. Yeah, this is great. This is actually way simpler because now this whole thing here replaces all of that, which is kind of nasty. And I can get rid of the one animation object. That's pretty nice. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. All right. So I need to make sure. I need to make sure destruct is working. Move in. Yep. Okay. Yes. So that should do it. So now let's comment. Let's comment all of this out. And let's try it again here. So now when I pop this, we should see them all animate up out of the screen. Oh, it's going to happen really fast, though. Oh, actually, that worked. I like... Oh, man, those colors. Whoop. Yeah, and they all... Yeah, actually, that's really nice. Uh-oh. Oh, I already had popped that one. I might want to set a new equation, actually. Because the equation we're using for the move to... Like, the type of animation we're getting when we have these animate. What am I using? So I'm using equation, blah, 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 blah. All right, what were we using for the other one? Let's see, our progress meter. Okay, we're just doing t squared. Can I do... What happens if I just change the equation in the middle? Actually, that should be fine. If I do, we'll do this dot target bubbles I dot move anim dot equation equals t times t. Let's just try that. So then, oops. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Whoops. Whoa. Something happened. Something weird happened there. Oh. I saw some weird glitch there. Oh, what was that? It was like when I was playing faster or something. Something weird happened. If I try like this, I should be a little... oh. Yeah, look at that. They didn't go all the way up. Why is that? Okay. Yeah. All right. Before. Okay. So there's something where they were not. The animation was not going up properly all the way. Oops. If I hit the right bubble. Yeah, like there, they're fine. Oop. Just trying a couple different things here to see if I can trigger it again. Well, okay, before we do that, let's do, okay. So we know this loop is fine. We're setting the equations again, or setting up the equations here. This is not changing at all, but it definitely did something weird. And these bubbles in this loop here should never get touched again up here. Let's do... okay, let's do on elapse this dot target bubbles I dot pose dot y. So I'm just going to print the y position of the bubbles when those animations, when the animations finish, which should all be, yeah, negative 15 there, whatever that is. Oops. Okay. Yeah, there we got a bunch of weird ones. 161. All right, let's shrink this down a bit here. Felt like it happened more when the game was smaller. Oops. Okay, so yeah, now it's this value, -9. Yeah, there it broke. Okay, so we went to, from -9, we went to one that was 95, 53, and 137. So those animations are getting screwed up somehow. Okay, so when I do that, it still works. When I do this, it works. When I do that, no, that's not what I wanted. All right, so when I pop, I'm gonna pop this one and then pop this one immediately. Okay, that worked. I'm gonna pop this one and then pop the wrong one immediately. Okay, that worked. Okay, there it broke. We got two 53s and a 95, so that's bad. Here's what we can do. We can slow the animation down. This dot hey, let's slow the whole thing down. So let's just make this 2 seconds, move anim. All right, so now, okay. Those are sliding off. Let's pop this one and then pop. So when that one finishes, then they slide off. Just like that. That's good. So now, when I pop this one, I'm going to pop the next two bubbles really quick. Oh, this one. Pop these two really quickly after that to see if that screws with it. Oh, well. Okay, I can see why that would be a weird thing, but I don't see why that would... I can see why that would start causing some graphical issues at this slow speed, which I don't think I actually care about. But, let's see here. Just make it like 500 milliseconds or something. So it's slower, but not that much slower. Okay, there it messed up. All right, so maybe it does have something to do with the speed. Oh! I know, I think I know what it is now. Oops. Yeah, I know what it is. And it's the reason... It's the reason why I have in here these destructs of these animations. It's that exact reason, because the bubbles, the little ones, there's got to be something. So as they get animated out, they need, the problem is when I pop another bubble, it's reassigning some of those bubbles that have already been popped. If that makes sense. I don't know why it doesn't happen. Why does it work there? All right, so I don't get why it works sometimes, and other times it doesn't. I'm trying to think now if... I know one thing I could do that would be pretty bad is I could, like, I could do something pretty bad, which would be like reassigning the method here. So that way when this gets called, it won't run. It won't reset the animation. That would fix the problem. All right, now, let me see if I can figure out why this isn't happening every time. Let me make this a little bigger. Oop. Yeah, there it broke big time. Okay. Wonder why that number is different there. Oh, actually, no, that's just the animated thing. Yeah. So there's some of our problem. All right, so at least we know what it is now. So there's always something. There's always an interesting issue to solve here. Okay. So my brilliant idea of reusing the move animation is now causing us problems, because before we were just making sure it never got called again, or making sure it never got animated again. And calling it up in here would be tricky. Or figuring out which bubbles don't need to be animated up here would be bad. Not bad, but it'd be tricky to figure out, because once you pop a new bubble, this on new checkpoint would be false, and then, you know, once you pop the first bubble of a new checkpoint, you know, that wouldn't apply anymore. And then yeah, this is I mean, the one thing I could do is also destruct each of its animations, but then have now a fourth animation. So instead of, we'd have like move destruct anim. Yeah, that might be the best thing to do. Yeah, let's do that. I don't really like it, but this dot move destruct anim equals new animation. And then actually what I think we might do, well, this is nice. Then I don't need to set the equation in here anymore. We don't need to do that. We're not going to do move to. Might have another method. No, actually, we'll init that animation there and then destruct it. But I'm going to hit the bathroom quick. So we will be right back. All right, I'm back. So now, we're creating our new animation, new separate animation. But we won't initialize this animation actually until this point in time. I think that will be the best thing to do. So we're instantiating the new object, this new animation object, but we won't actually, oops. So I like the 200 milliseconds. We'll keep that. We will do this equation, I think. I guess we won't. We'll set this. We'll leave destruct on elapsed to false. We're not going to initialize it here. We will destruct it here. So, because this will get called, move destruct anim. Okay. Okay, so we've got the equation and everything. The on tick, that's important. So on tick is going to be the same as the move anim on tick. Yeah, so this destruct on elapse here is for the animation itself, because by default, the animations destruct themselves on elapse. I might actually change that because I end up reusing a lot of animation objects over and over again. So there's not too much reason to have it by default just kill itself on when it finishes. So I'm gonna get my sweatshirt quick. Just checking out my storage room there. Oh, actually, I think I do need to pass some sort of initial values to start. Yeah, otherwise we're going to get some errors because it's going to calculate the distance. Well, I guess not errors, but it'll do some not a number things. It's going to do undefined minus undefined. All right. So I'll put zeros in there for right now. So we'll just do start value. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, no. No, well. Yeah, I'm just going to put zeros. Just for... Okay. Because then we're going to be calling reset values and setting a new start val and an end val. So this should be good. We don't want to instantiate, or we don't want to initialize it with everything else. It's going to get initialized separately, and but it is going to get destructed with everything else. So we go back to our progress meter. And now for each bubble, instead of move anim, it's going to be, okay, so we're going to do this dot, it's still going to be target bubbles I dot move destruct to, or no. That's a method. Move destruct anim dot init. Oops, this is not a method. Okay, so we need to initialize our new move destruct animation. This dot target. Well, let's do. Whoops. Let's do. Move destruct anim dot reset values. So our new start value is going to be whatever our current position is. So target bubbles I dot pose dot, or we're animating along the y value, y axis. So our current y position, and then it will be this new nav bubble destructed y position, right? So that's the off-screen position for that given bubble. So we init, we reset values, and then we set on elapsed. Oh, and we need to destruct, like we do here, each of these. So let's do that first, actually. So we'll get rid of those old animations, so they won't be getting set anymore. Then we will, or they won't be running anymore. We'll fire up our new animation, get everything going. We don't need that anymore. And this. This one here, yeah, that needs to be like that. And then destructing everything. Beautiful. That should be it. If we try this out now. Oh. They go away. Okay. Oops. Oh, white first. That was really white. You couldn't even see it. Nice. Oops. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think we're working. I'm going to play it just a little more just to make sure that we don't run into any issues, because those issues before were kind of tucked away. So we just test a little more. Oh, really need to get in the zone to play this. Oh, yeah. That's not the right one, this one. It'd be nice to maybe have, as I was just doing that right now, I just got to thinking, like, it'd be nice to maybe have like a little indicator, like saying, this is the one you're supposed to pop, you idiot. Well, I'll think about that later. Anyway, here, we're looking good now. We're getting all the same position. Well, not quite the same, but pretty much the exact same. These aren't exactly the same every time, because depending on how long the frame was, this is actually the time, or sorry, this is actually the size that comes out of the animation object, the value that gets calculated once the animation finishes. So depending upon the frame time and everything, the exact frame time and the amount of frames that elapse, this number could be just a hair off, right? But for the most part, it's going to be pretty close to, you know, yeah, we can see like here it's 4999999, here it's just 5. Right, and there's going to be like some floating point rounding error in there as well. But yeah, because before that threw me for a loop, because I was like, hey, these should be the exact same every time, because we're just printing that one value, but we're not printing the same value. This is the value from each of each. That's its position of each target bubble that got animated out. I wasn't printing just the singular constant value. Okay, but I think we are good here now. So I got rid of my little console log, so we're not printing anymore. Those swipe up, which looks pretty good. Oh. Nice. No more weird animation issues. All right, so I'm going to get rid of all of this old code here. Actually, animate each bubble out of the last checkpoint. I'm going to keep that comment because that was good. Destruct each bubble of the last checkpoint. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that. Well, we simplified things and made things nicer, which is actually great. So now The next thing I was thinking of doing was getting rid of the clicking and dragging, which in theory that shouldn't be that big of a deal to do. Because right now, I have to click and drag the mouse to play the game, which I think I'm going to get rid of because it worked for the other game mode, but I feel like for right now, it doesn't make too much sense to have. So yeah, it's confusing me sometimes where I will be playing and like I think I'm clicking and dragging, but I'm like right outside. I'm in the wrong spot. So I feel like it makes most sense to just do away with the click and drag altogether. Because that was more of a feature of the old game mode anyway. It wasn't so much it's not so much an important, like if I play the old game mode here. Well, even with the old game mode, it didn't make too much sense. So I'm thinking of getting rid of mouse drag altogether, and that way it will just be, move your cursor over the right bubble and press the keyboard. Press the space bar, whatever. Or it could be like a click. Like it could be more like you're playing a first-person shooter or something and you're like aiming and then shooting, your default mouse button, shoot, whatever, left click. So yeah, so in theory, it shouldn't be that big of a deal, but it might be a little bit bigger of a deal than I'd want it to be. So for that, we need to look at our player input object. Oops. So in here, we are doing the checking of our we've got kind of our state management of our cursor. So we've got just one Boolean for cursor dragging, right? So we kind of just need to get rid of that. Like we need to not care about cursor state anymore. And basically, actually that might be all we need to do is not care about cursor state, cursor clicking state, and then oops. The other thing is the cursor trail. I want to look at that code quick here. Valid cursor drag move. Disappeared on me. Player input. There we go. Yeah, because I'm kind of thinking if we just get rid of any cursor dragging state, then in theory, that's all we need to do. And I would still, cursor drag moved, I would still keep those. I might just rename them all to cursor moved. And then we've got this cursor drag move interp, which is like not an actual mouse movement position, but like an interpolated value between where the last mouse movement position was. So you move the mouse real fast, you know, it might move a span of 100, it might move a distance of like 100 pixels or whatever across the screen. Well, there might be a 50 pixel radius or a 50 pixel diameter bubble in the middle there that you completely skipped over then, right? So for collision detecting and everything, it's got to interpolate along those positions. So let's just try commenting out all the state code here and see where that gets us. Yeah, like we don't need to cursor dragging. That's the name of the variable, right? Okay. Yeah, so we don't care about cursor up or cursor down events anymore. So just comment all of those out. We don't care about, yeah, basically this check if cursor dragging. We don't care about that anymore. We're going to do that every time. So where's this go? Okay. So I'll comment this and this. And then if, okay, so if we're not dragging, I gotta read these comments quick. In case a previous iteration in the below cursor drag move interp triggers a cursor drag stopped. Oh yes. Okay, so that's like checking if a bubble was, an incorrect bubble was then popped. Oh, no. This was like kind of old. Before, if you even drag the mouse cursor over a bubble, over a wrong bubble, that triggered a cursor drag stop. So that was a crash. The player had to restart. So that was here just to keep track of, because it would emit a cursor drag move interp in this loop, right, for every interpolated mouse point along the line. And if one of those interpolated points triggered a cursor drag stop, then it would reset everything. But here we just want to comment this out because that's no longer even going to happen. Okay, so cursor drag stopped. Yeah, we don't even need to do that anymore. Okay. And we'll comment it out finally of the state. So there should be just no more reference to that anymore. Whoa. Okay, so that's yeah, that's a problem there. Okay. But as long as we are in, yeah, so this should all work. And then when you crash, it works as expected. So but the problem is we now are losing frames because we let's actually, we could fix the okay, so the cursor effect manager. Yeah, let's fix that too right now. So we've got cursor effect, okay, cursor crash indicator. So what we'll do for that, we're doing a new one of those we're spawning a new one of those every time. And I think this is fine, but we want to make sure, yeah, I think the manager part of that is fine. We just want to, so okay, so for example, if we just keep doing this, we're just going to tank performance because we're looping literally just like thousands of times now, probably tens of thousands of times. Can I do canvas application? No, you can't talk. Okay. Yeah, so there's literally just like thousands of drawable objects in here that are currently getting processed right now, even though they're invisible. Because every time we move the mouse cursor, it spawns a new little thing, right? Wow. Okay, that's dreadful. Okay. So we can do a destruct at the end of one of these. So what we should do, I guess, is they're the same. It doesn't really matter. I guess we will just call, oh, the animations are getting destructed, which is nice. But we will have on elapsed. Is that the right? Yeah, elapsed. We will have another function here. So this function, we need to destruct this whole object itself. So we would just call this dot destruct. Yes. So we'll do that when the fade finishes. So now if we do this, we should be fine, right? Yeah. Now, I mean, this is still bad. I don't want to have a million of these drawing. It looks kind of cool. Like a little slinky. But I don't really want this. Yeah, that is kind of cool. Yeah, we don't want that. So somehow... Yeah, I need to think of how we want to manage the state for this to say, because basically what's happening here is every out of bounds movement, mouse movement here is triggering a cursor drag stop. So each one of those is firing off a little circle, firing off one of these indicators. But we're not slowing up anymore because those indicators are at least destroying themselves when the animation completes. The little red ring animation completes, which is good. So this, yeah, I'm not dragging the mouse anymore. This is good. And our little tail, I might get rid of. Whoops. Yeah, this feels pretty good without the feels pretty good without the click and drag anymore. All right. Yeah, so I'm trying to think now. What would be like the best. Best way. I guess I'm still going to need to have like a cursor inbounds or cursor out of bounds flag. Right? Like we're still going to need to say, well, if cursor's out of bounds now, then don't. Maybe the play area can keep track of that, actually. Maybe the play area can be the one that says, hang on a second here. I think the play area itself can just fire an event to keep track of. Well, okay, the play area itself will keep track of whether or not it should fire an event to cancel the drag, right? And that'll be whether or not the cursor's inbounds or out of bounds, right? On this side of our black circle here or outside of our black circle. The player input class itself shouldn't manage that, right? Because the cursor, the player input class itself should just be like, hey, I only keep track of the state of the cursor, whether it was, or not even that. Well, it keeps track of the position of the cursor on screen, I guess, right? But that should be it, right? No game logic should be inside of the player input class. Because in theory, this player input object, or player input the player input class should be, usable. I need to think of like this code should be usable in other games, right? I should be able to move that around to other games. So specific gameplay logic shouldn't exist in just this class. All right, so let's jump over to our play area code and take a look there. So I think all we need is just like a Boolean. Yeah, so this will be simple. Just a little this dot cursor inbounds is going to equal, we'll just initialize it to false because the cursor actually shouldn't, when you click that button, the cursor won't be inbounds. And then, we'll use the word in play, cursor in play, because I use that kind of terminology there. So check in play. So so this is where this dot cursor in play would equal false. And then here is where this dot cursor in play would equal true. So we just need to do, so if cursor in play is already false, we need to just do that check here first. If this dot cursor in play, well, okay. If this is already false, then return. Right? Yes. We don't want to fire this event, basically. But if, yeah, we don't care otherwise. We'll just set this to true every time. All right, so that should be all we need to do. Oh. We need to also check here. If not check hit, then but Oh, there's just the same exact code right here. Yeah, so if our check hit failed, we go out of bounds. If we're already out of bounds, then return. Otherwise, if we're in, otherwise then cursor and play will be set to false going forward, and we'll emit the event. Beautiful. All right, so there we go. There we go. Nice. That's what we want. So now every time we come back inbounds and then go out of bounds, we'll get our red ring, but that's it, right? So it's like, yeah, you're out of bounds now. Boing, so that's good. And then, yeah, if you hug the corner a bunch, it'll hit a bunch of those, but that's fine. So now, so that way, if we hit the boundary now, boom, you go back. Boink, you go back. But then, if you hit the boundary back and forth, nothing changes, right? So that's looking pretty good. Looking and feeling pretty good. Nice. All right, so yeah, I didn't think beyond too much beyond that for what I wanted to do today. Too much beyond that, wherefore, I don't know what I was trying to say. Yeah, we are getting closer now to the gameplay. Getting closer now to the kind of gameplay I'm looking for. Let's rename. This isn't super terribly exciting, but I'd like to rename all of this from Marathon Progress Meter. I'd like to rename it all just to Nav Meter. So that way I'm not referencing the marathon thing anymore. Yes, update all imports, and this is going to be nav meter. Okay, nav meter. Oh, we're exporting it there. Great. Yeah, because I was using the word progress bubble or progress meter before, but it's not really progress. It is more of like your navigation, because the progress meter is actually going to be another separate little thing. That will be kind of showing your progress through the entire game, right? That's actually something we can probably get going on today after we rename all this stuff. So that means we want to rename this to nav meter. We also want to rename these to nav bubbles now. So this would be all nav bubble objects. Yeah, I like just calling it nav meter. Okay. And maybe changing this to nav bubbles instead. Might be just a little more clear. Yeah, let's do that. Let's find target bubbles. Target bubbles, target bubbles, target bubbles, target bubbles. Yes, and we're going to change that with nav bubbles. And then we've got this dot target bubble ID. And we will rename that to just nav bubble ID. Actually, no, I'm going to keep that as target bubble ID, because that is referring to the current target bubble ID. So I'm going to keep that. Okay. So that's looking good inside of our nav meter class. Now our marathon object, we'll rename that. Oh yeah, I need to clean all this up. So we've got this dot progress meter. In here we will just rename that to nav meter, progress meter, progress meter, progress meter, progress meter. Nav meter, place all, beautiful. And then in the marathon creator, we're also going to, we should have updated the import. That should have been updated automatically. navmeter.js. So instead of marathon progress meter, I'm going to rename that to nav meter. Whoops. Nav meter in this case. And we've got, change that to nav meter. And rename that to nav meter. Yes. It's looking good. Let's see. I think that's all we need as far as nav meter goes. Just make sure the code still works. Function create marathon, marathon creator 111. Let's see what we got here. Config marathon nav meter. Yes, we're going to need to change that. So instead of progress meter, this will now be nav meter. Config.marathon.nav meter. Yeah, actually, this might be broken in some other places now. Nice, nice. Okay. No errors, no more errors. That's good. Marathon progress bubble. That needs to get just named to nav bubble. Simply just nav bubble. That will be good. So marathon progress bubble. We are just gonna, let's rename the file. Rename nav bubble. Beautiful. Update imports. Yes. And marathon progress bubble. Whoops. Just call that nav bubble. Oh, that's not what I wanted. But I don't think I need to. There we go. Nav bubble. All right. All right. Yeah, there's nothing else in this file that would need that. Good. Keep that up. Marathon creator. We're going to change that to, we should have nav bubble now. Marathon progress bubble. Yes, that's going to find and replace with nav bubble. There we go. Nav bubble from nav bubble. Looks good. Marathon bubble, that'll get changed too. Nav bubble looks good. Cursor trail. I think I'm going to get rid of this for right now. Or at least it'll be different. This cursor trail needs to be updated, I think, to be something a little more interesting. All right, so progress meter bubbles, this needs to get renamed with just nav bubbles. There we go. And we've got prog bubble xpix. We will just rename this to nav bubble xpix. Whoops, nav bubble xpix. Nav bubble xpix. All right, yeah, we've got some really exciting stuff going on stream right now, don't we? Okay. Yeah, init prog bubble rad. So this will just be init nav bubble rad. Oops. That, but then init nav bubble rad. Beautiful. Okay, so, and then wherever I just want to update all of these. Just get rid of prog references from everywhere. Yeah, so this is prog bubble y between picks. This now needs to be just nav bubble y between picks. Beautiful. Nav meter, yes, yes, yes. Yes, this is prog center nav meter on there. So now, whoops. So this will just be nav meter height units. Nice. Good, good, good. We got prog meter height picks. Change that to nav meter height picks. First unpop nav bubble, that's good. Prog bubble y picks. I thought I already did prog bubble y picks. Maybe it was x picks. Okay, so we're changing that to nav bubble y picks. Beautiful. Yes, looks good, looks good, looks good. Popped bubbles per checkpoint. These are all new, so I started using kind of the new nav name, I think, for some of these. If that even applies. Nice, nice, nice. All right, I think we are done then with that, renaming all of those. That was kind of the big one. But back to nav meter, we need to update this. Actually, I don't think we need to update this because we don't. Prog. Nope, nope, nothing. Okay. All right, let's see if everything still works. Nice. Oh. That looked a little weird, but something looked weird there, but I think we're okay. All right. That's looking pretty good, I think. Oh, yeah, and there's no more... oh, when I crash there, it goes back. But yeah, now there's no more... When the cursor... There's no more cursor clicking, so we're not dealing with the match getting reset, or the round getting reset here, like when I release the mouse. So we still have to do a win state, a win scenario. IPR Zach D. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's noon for me, but yeah, things are starting to look pretty good here now. I just got rid of the clicking and dragging the mouse cursor, so now it's just no clicking and dragging, just mouse cursor, whether you're inbounds or not. Oh. Oh. Yes, that's so much better now without the clicking and dragging. So much better at figuring out what I did wrong rather than trying to, see. Rather than trying to see exactly, like, oh, was I clicking wrong or did I hit the wrong? Did I not reset my click or whatever? Looking smooth. Thanks. Yeah, it's whoops. It's come a long way in the last couple streams. It's feeling a lot better now just without the clicking and dragging. So oh. Nice. All right, so I think I just renamed everything here properly. I might be referring to Prague in the comments somewhere, but let's get rid of that. I do miss when it would repopulate all the previous bubbles on a wrong hit. It does right now if you, so it goes back to it's doing the checkpoint thing. So if so let's say I pop 3 bubbles right now. If I go back, boom, those 3 reappear. Or this 1 reappears if I go out of bounds or I pop the wrong bubble. So it works to the certain checkpoint. But now that I'm on like a new checkpoint, it's all good. So, or obviously if you made it to a new checkpoint and then you screw up, you're not going back anywhere. You're already on the previous checkpoint, so, or you're already on the beginning of a checkpoint. So I just thought of a new idea too. Let's make this ring like maybe half the size. So what is that? That is our crash indicator, right? Yeah, so we're ending at 75 pixel radius. So let's end with, well, let's see, right? 75, is that what it's doing? Yes. So I think we had it on like 50 before. Just see how that looks. Yeah, that might be a little better. Just doing it 50 pixels. All right, that's looking pretty good. Now I don't know what to do. There might have been, well, the trail definitely needs to be fixed. I don't like the highlighting thing. Yeah, that needs to, the highlighting deal on each bubble, I don't really like. So there needs to be something different. Something else. It'd be nice to have some sort of animation when you highlight a bubble, but I don't want it to be like this. I don't want it to just be the ring, the outline. And the trail, we need to fix the trail here. Do something better with that. Well, it's not really broken, but it's like really long when you do it like this, because there's just way less mouse updates. And I forget what we're doing now with the curve. Let's see. Yeah, I guess we're letting 20, oh yeah, we're keeping 20 points in the trail and then removing any of the older points that are more than 20. So that is why the cursor is so long when the console is closed, because it's doing one mouse update per frame, one mouse position per frame, whereas when the console is closed, it's doing 1,000 updates per second. So we're getting like 9 updates per frame instead, 8 or 9 updates a frame. So then hence our trail ends up a lot shorter when the console's open. It's kind of cool like this, but it's actually kind of cool when it's long. But it needs to be time based, not point, not based on points. So it needs to be like delayed behind the mouse a little bit or something. Yeah, something like, whoa, 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 whoa. All right. Yeah, maybe there should be also like a little, when you go out of the circle, like a little, something changes in the background to kind of show you like, oh, you're out of bounds or something, or like the game's paused kind of thing. I don't know about pausing the game, but that might be kind of dumb, but something like that. All right, I'm going to hit the bathroom quick. All right, I am back. Nice. Okay. So let's see about fixing our mouse trail here now. Making it a little longer. Because right now it's just a little, a little longer, but also we need to make it time-based rather than length of points based. Right? Yeah, we want it to get like longer over time. Because right now it doesn't get longer with speed. I mean, it kind of does, like if you go like, or no, it doesn't get longer with speed at all. It's always just amount of points. So yeah, it never gets longer, but we want it to get kind of longer as you play or as you go faster. Okay, so let's figure out what that would be. So it shouldn't have anything to do. It's going to be like delay based, time delay based. It's going to be like how many points can you fit in like 100 milliseconds? And then it would be any points that are older than a certain time would get moved out. Oh yeah, and we have the ghost. We still have that, right? The ghost does not appear to be working. Cursor trail ghost. Let's look at that too, because that I kind of like as well. But why aren't we? Let's do 1,000. This dot points equals params dot points. Oh, you know what? I think I know. We should do. Yeah, okay. I think this is the problem. Well, okay. Let's look at this quick. All right, so the ghost. Oh no, the ghost is working. It was just too fast. Yeah, I like the ghost. Do I? Actually, if we pop the wrong, let's play with. Let's hide the console. Okay, so we got a really long trail. So now if I mess up, do I like the ghost? I don't know if I like the ghost. It doesn't really make sense in context anymore. Yeah, the ghost is just weird. All right, we're getting rid of the ghost. No cursor trail ghost. So that means we don't need this. We just need to do this dot points equals a new. Oh, that's right. We passed that whole array. All right, so on cursor drag stopped. We just do that and all of the ghost stuff. Well, no, wait a minute, though. We don't care about cursor drag stopped anymore. We don't care at all. This has nothing to do. I'll just leave this here. We're going to just hide this. Yeah, we don't care about that at all anymore. So whether you crash or not. Oh. No, actually, never mind. That does need to. Well, okay, no, never mind. It'll fix itself once. This will fix itself because now we're going to do like a time-based one rather than just the number of points. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, we could pass valid cursor drag move. Boy, what fires that off? Not here because it's the play area, right? Let's open that up here. Play area. Yeah. So the play area is checking if we've got a valid cursor movement here. IPR Zach, I'm back. Had to grab more coffee. Nice. Oh. The one thing hang on a second here. All right. Well, I think I'm going to take a lunch break quick here. Sorry, IPR Zachdy. I know you just hopped back with some coffee, but I don't know if you heard what I said before about the you asked about the bubbles popping or the bubbles coming back. So it works right now with, so like you can see the bubbles you've popped go up. They like shrink and they go up there on the sidebar there. I can't really move my cursor over there, otherwise it will reset. But if you crash or pop the wrong bubble now, those bubbles will come back. So that like that little that green bubble and that like lavender bubble will come back if I like go out of bounds now. So then they come back, right? So any bubbles that are still in, any bubbles that are still in the checkpoint. So if I pop this one now, I'll go to a new checkpoint. So I pop that one, go to a new checkpoint, and then those bubbles slide off. But it's like whatever bubbles you see up here will come back if you mess up. So you'll have some will usually come back if you mess up. But if you're like on a new checkpoint, if you're at the beginning of a new checkpoint like I am right now, then obviously if I crash or anything, nothing changes. But as soon as I, you know, pop one bubble, then I've got one bubble up there that could come back if I mess up. All right, so when I'm back from lunch, we're going to fix this cursor trail. I'm going to try to make it like time delay based rather than works great. Thanks. Yeah, so I'm going to try to make this cursor trail time delay based rather than like just position based, because it's just taking the amounts of positions that it stores from the previous positions of the cursor, and then it's just taking the last 20 positions of the cursor and then using that. But I want to make it like time delay based, so that way, like, because right now if I just drag and stop moving the cursor, as long as I'm not moving the cursor anymore, it's just going to stay, because it's only going to get rid of mouse points as the cursor moves, right? You can even see when I like move it really far there, like the distance between those points is really big. So anyway, we'll make it time delay based, so if you stop the cursor, you'll still see the trail like kind of. So I'm not exactly sure how we'll do that. That's what we'll do when I'm back from lunch. I have some leftover pot roast for lunch, and I'm excited. So we'll be right back. Quick lunch break. After a quick lunch break. Nice. All right, I am back. Sorry, that was a little longer than a quick lunch break, but all right, so we want to get our mouse trail working kind of time-based. rather than being just limited number of positions based. So the thing would be we would just store mouse positions that are newer than a certain time, right? There'd be a certain like threshold, like 100 milliseconds, like any mouse movements that are newer than, or that aren't yet 100 milliseconds old would be showing on screen. Now, messing everything up here. So the cursor trail is, it is an open path, right? Yeah, okay. So it's an open path drawable entity. So what we could do is on every valid cursor drag moved. Well, we are getting one of those per frame. I guess in this event we can just do that. So we could do this is kind of tricky. Let's look at drawable. This dot draw. If we wanted, yeah, so this dot draw is like a method. Yeah, so the way drawable entities work. So in this case, our cursor trail is an open path, and an open path is a drawable, which is an entity. So the way the drawables are special because they have in their init function, with the global canvas wrapper object, they pass their draw method. Now, if you are a open path, you have a points, let's see, open path. Okay, open path has a points array, which is just an x, y, or vector 2 objects. I don't actually have a formal vector 2 object, or class, but basically just an object with an x and a y property. So then its draw is for each of those. Takes each of those and then each of the points and draws lines between them. But if we want to like intercept that, because we want to trim this dot points down, let's see, if we do just want to see how this will work. Oh, this needs to be like down here. All right. What if I do this? Nothing. Yeah, because what I can do is this draw method that runs, I can get the current frame time from this, I think. Yes, I can. I passed that. So if we look at our canvas, Lumjacker, thanks for the follow. How's it going? Hello. Lumjacker, are you a JavaScript developer? Yes. Yes. So this game is in a browser. Yeah, it's for a browser, so it's built all in JavaScript. And then there's a server side as well for this, which is all in Node JavaScript. But right now I'm just dealing with the browser kind of stuff. Do you work at a company or are you already a millionaire? I work part-time for a company right now. So I'm working on games part-time. So that's what I'm doing right now. But no, not a millionaire JavaScript developer. Yeah, so our canvas wrapper object. Now this is a fancy object that gets, I should say, it's a singleton object here. So we export a new instance of it. And this, so it's a global object, so all of our drawables add their drawer functions to it. So they call this add drawer. And then this render, just set up with our request animation frame. This passes in the time, which I believe is a window. It's like the window.performance.now time, so like high precision. From how many years are you working as a developer? Do you also build websites? I've been doing like development as the past couple years, kind of. I worked at a smaller company, so I've done a lot of different programming things. And I had been getting a little more into website stuff recently. I mean, I don't really build websites necessarily. I'm a little more back-end web development focused rather than like website stuff itself, or at least kind of the stuff I had been doing for work. So no, I would say I don't really build websites, but well, I don't know, kind of. I never like to box myself just into web development. Are you self-taught dev or are you a computer science graduate? I'm just self-taught. Yeah, I kind of got into, I was working like an IT job and I kind of got into scripting and like batch file kind of stuff, and then kind of branched out from there and learned a bunch of stuff. But yeah, mostly, yeah, I self-taught all the way. Yeah, so our canvas wrapper class here, or I should say object, it's a singleton object. We're passing in the time, or we get the time through the request animation frame, window.request animation frame function, right? Hope you get multi-millionaire soon. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it, Lumjacker. Yeah, multi-millions. That'd be great. I'll take it. Yeah, so the issue is I don't want to tap into the draw function of our cursor trail. Actually, I don't know if I can. Because technically it's not... Yeah, if I could get into the draw function, if I could override it, which actually I might end up doing. Do you also work with hosting? A little bit. I'm going to be I'm going to be doing some of that soon, actually, with this game. So I'm going to be getting this up on a server so that people can play publicly. So I'm getting to that point where I'll be doing that with this game. What happens if I do this? Okay, so like we're doing console.log super.draw. But at this point, if I print this .draw, we print our function properly. So what if I do this .draw equals this dot, oh, that's gonna, that won't work. That won't work. Yeah. The thing is, I want to preserve the drawing functionality of this open path class that our cursor trail is, right? So the open path is just the thing that draws a line or lines between a series of connected points, right? Which is what we currently have going here, right? This thing. So that's what lets us do the path, that curve and everything, right? The curve, those squigglies, all of that. Because it's just drawing a line between every point that we have. And that's a little bit of a problem. It's a little bit of a problem because, so that's all this logic here. But I want to tap into this draw function. But unfortunately, the draw function is not, it's a property technically that's has a function assigned to it. An anonymous function assigned to it. It's not a method, a direct method itself. So yeah, I'm trying to think if like there's a way we can preserve. Yeah, because if I override our draw functionality here, then it's gone. Or then I lose all of this open path logic here. So what we're gonna do is like have like 100 millisecond trail, right? Let's just say. So the tail will only be 100 milliseconds long, right? So it'll only be a line between 100 milliseconds worth of mouse cursor movement points. So that would be yeah, the only way we can do that would be within the draw function, I think. Actually, there might be another way I can kind of hack this for right now. And it might not be the best, but let's see here. So valid cursor drag moved. So when we, from our player input, I could CLG here, input event dot e. So if I print this, so these are the actual browser mouse event objects. So from here, we have the timestamp, all right? So that's the actual time at which the mouse event fired according to from where 0 milliseconds is the time the page loaded, right? Or started to load or whatever. So now we've got, 27 seconds here, 27.743 seconds. So one thing I could do perhaps is pass the timestamp in from our player input. So we could do like event emitter.emit, we pass an object that has the position, and then another object here that's position and timestamp. So we could do, now this will break a lot of things right now, but I could do, let's see that, we need to do a new object here. Move that up in there, pose and time stamp this right here. Okay. Okay, so timestamp would then equal input event dot e. Oh. Well, we'll do that. Input event dot e dot, and what is it called? Timestamp. Okay. Actually, I'm not going to call it timestamp. I'm just going to call it time. Okay. So now we, let's see, pose and time, input event dot e dot time stamp. All right. So now I'm passing the time with our mouse position. Okay. Yes. So our player input class, which is a singleton object that handles all of the mouse movements from the browser, right? Now it's going to pass along a time stamp with it, which I think should be fine. But now this is going to break a lot of stuff because a lot of things refer to this object as if it was, refer to the object passed to cursor drag moved interp as if it was just this object, but now X and Y. Now if we refresh, we're going to get a bunch of, what? There should be a bunch of errors or something. I don't need this anymore. Come on, there should be a bunch of errors now. Oh, or stuff just doesn't work. How about that? All right, so we need to look at everything that takes cursor drag moved. So we are dealing with bubble, marathon bubble, play area. Okay. Marathon bubble. And that should be listening. Okay, event listeners. We are going to have, okay, we do this dot check traversal. Check traversal E. So now it's going to be E dot pose. Check hit E. Okay, that's fine. Up here, Zach D. How was the pot roast? It was good. Yeah, I just had a little thing of it. Little Tupperware container. Not a bunch of beef left in that one container, but it was still pretty good. This dot check hit. Oh yes, check hit is part of. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep E. So I don't do anything with E other than pass it to this dot check hit, which we got marathon bubble, play area. Player input is emitting it, right? So we've just got play area. Do I have play area open here? Does the same thing. Check hit. Check in play. Yes. We need to figure out what we want to do with cursor drag stopped too. How's the weather? I'm trying to mentally prepare myself for colder weather. Yeah. I don't know what we're supposed to have, like 70s this week, so it's like 70 right now. It looked a little breezy out there though. But it was, I mean, the mornings have been kind of chilly, 50s, 40s maybe before the sun's up. But this week at least was supposed to be warmer, but I don't know, by the time you're in town, I don't know. This dot check hit, which I believe there is a check hit. Wait a minute here. Bubble. Okay, that's the old bubble. I'll leave that. I don't care. This dot check hit. Yeah, there's check hit on the rect and the circle. But instead, this would be, I guess I can do this. Oops. So we destructure pose. So P is now, yes. Same thing for rect. Destructure pose P pose.x pose.x. I don't even know if I'm using rect anymore. I guess that's just on the, yeah, actually there is no more rect. Okay, well, nice, okay. So it is working for those. Ah, okay. All right, what else are we missing? The play well, the play area should be working too, right? Pop that, go out. Okay, yeah. Yeah. All right, that is working. The only other thing I'm missing now is cursor. Well, cursor drag stopped is, let me see how many things are listening to cursor drag stopped. Cursor drag move, play area. We got that, okay. So let's look at cursor drag stopped. I want to see how many things have listeners that care about the point. Listener blank, listener blank, listener blank. Cursor trail, I believe, as I suspected, should be the only thing that listens to the cursor drag stop with the P point. but that looks like it's commented out now. Yeah, I commented that out earlier. Is there anything else that cares about it? Cursor drag stop, no. Cursor drag stop, no. Cursor drag stopped. No, 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 no. Nice. Everything else is emitting the event. Cool. Some of them are emitting it and not passing a position. Oh yeah, it's like an optional thing. Yeah, because there, yeah, that's the thing there. If P points push P. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. Actually, you know what? I think we do need... Yeah, because right now, if I do like a really... If I do like a really fast... All right, what is the only thing that should be emitting? Cursor trail should be the only thing listening to that. What are the things that emit? Emit, let's see. Emit, cursor drag stops, emit. Okay, the only thing that does that is the play area. Okay. So the play area will emit cursor drag stop with P. So we could do p.pose. Right. Cursor drag stop p.pose. And then we can say, I think we want this uncommented, but we just want to get rid of just the ghost. We don't really care about the ghost. Oh, you know what? Actually, all of that was really just for the ghost. So I think we do want this just commented out. Yeah. All right. I don't care. I think there's a little bit of an issue where when you go out of the boundary, it could look like a little bit, it looks like it's a little bit past the edge, the circle, our red circle here. Looks like it's originating maybe like a little bit beyond the outside of that. Yeah, like right there. But I don't really care about that. That's not a big deal. Okay, so now all right, I'm getting distracted here. Yeah. It's been one of those mornings / afternoons. One of those days. I'll say that. One of those days where my brain is just... My brain was firing better this morning, and then now it's like, I don't know what the deal is. I think I need to refresh my water, though. But first, let me just finish this thought. So now we're passing a timestamp in for our mouse movement events. So we have our cursor trail. Oh yeah, this is breaking. because this should now be like this, right? All right, our cursor trail should work now with this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Great, but we should also be, oh, no, that's not what I want. Mouse event, or we'll just call it E. So points.push, E.pose. But then we want to get rid of any timestamps that are 100 milliseconds. Older. And I think we could actually, so this is what we have working right now. I don't really care about that. Whoa. I think I switched over to like a, yeah, I switched over to a whole desktop here. There we go. Okay. If I stop fat fingering keys here. More coffee. It's always the answer. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I maybe should have some more. Actually, I think my problem is too much coffee and not enough food. I mean, I ate now, which is making things a little better, but yeah, my head just gets kind of swimmy. Okay, so what I did before I just fat fingered and blew my desktop away is we commented out this thing, because this is how we were limiting the points before. Basically, if our points array was greater than 20, length of 20, so if it had more than 20 mouse input points, then that was bad. Weemy, how's it going, man? So actually, I'm going to get some water quick, refresh. I'll be back in a second here. All right, I'm back. Weemy, pretty much just finished exercising. I'm eating right now. Nice. You're getting close to your bedtime now, right? How are you in your face today? My face is all right, I think. I, on the other hand, am. Actually, maybe I said that backwards. I think I'm okay, but my face, I don't know. 2041 only. Gotcha. Yeah, it's not too late, I guess. Oh, now that's right. Now I'm not trimming this trail at all. So now it just keeps getting longer and longer and longer. And it doesn't go away when we crash either. All right. So we should be getting timestamps in. Oh, I didn't think about this. Because our open, where's our open path object here? Yeah, so open path is always looping over its own points array, and that should be an array of just objects, of vector2 objects. RGLA, how's it going? Thanks for the heart. You and Zach D, I think, are in the chat at the same time for once. Not much. What's going on? Yeah, so the tricky thing here now is I'm pushing these points into the points array, which cursor trail here extends open path, which has this points array, but what should just be an X and Y value point. But the problem is now we have this timestamp object. So if we look here, we're getting pose and time, which should be our time. Oh, you know what? I can't do it it can't be done this way. The way I'm doing it right now is bad. It's not going to work. I need to be doing it all per frame. Chat's getting crowded, yeah. Yeah, I did it the wrong way. So I do need to override our open path function, draw function here. But maybe what I can do well, okay. Actually, everything I've done so far is what we want. Because I still need to get the timestamps for the mouse events attached to the points somehow. So we've already got that. So now with this dot points, let's just make it so let's just push the whole event. Yeah, well, I'm just gonna do that for right now. I don't know if that's really a good idea. No, you know what? That's a terrible idea. That's a terrible idea because now I'm breaking this open path thing should not be tied to cursor at all. My open path class, that's just the class that draws. Whoops. Now I've changed it. Weemy, what are we working on today? I assume cursor trail, but I don't like to do assumptions. Well, yeah, I mean, cursor trail right there. Yeah, what I'm trying to do right now is, well, what happened to the? Oh, yes. Let's just do e.pose. Okay. All right. So for my little example here, I have the cursor trail, the little trail that follows behind the cursor, right, as you're moving around in the game. But what I want, so right now I just have it like just infinitely going, just getting longer. But what I want it to do is just like be like a little delay behind the cursor, right? Like 100 milliseconds or something. So it would store like 100. Yeah, well, right now it's just basically anytime the mouse moves, it's adding in the nether position of that mouse movement, and it's just continuously drawing all of those points. It's storing all the mouse points, movement points as I go. I have a cursor trail class, and then that anytime there's a valid cursor movement, then it pushes the position of the cursor into this dot points array here. And then this cursor trail is an open path object, which I have set up as an object that basically just draws line from whatever is inside of this dot points, if I explained that well enough. So what I want is I want to have like a time delay based on how many points, how old the points are that it's, by points meaning the mouse cursor positions, right? So I want it to be like I want it to only have like 100 milliseconds worth of mouse points, right? So if the cursor moved within those 100 milliseconds, then that point would be in the array that it would draw, right? Otherwise, it would be, flushed out and it'd be empty, right? If I like kept my cursor still, there wouldn't be any trail. But then, kind of the faster you moved it, kind of the longer the trail would be. And I'm saying 100 milliseconds right now, kind of arbitrarily. It's just kind of an idea, but I'd like to obviously test the different times. What I had it doing before was I had kind of this, I had like this point-based, right now, basically this points array is now limited to 20. So it's only doing, it's only storing 20 points. 20 cursor points, right? So the problem with that is, well, it's different when the browser console's open. It's shorter. But when it's doing that, there's no time. So if I stop the cursor, it just like only when I move the cursor is it getting rid of points, because it's just keeping 20 points worth, right? Ekulks93 Dev. Thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it. Weemy, like date.get time to see if dead or alive. Yeah, well, basically what I would do is like go from an IPR Zagdi. It could work like the old Nokia snake game, hit the bubbles, also your tail goes longer and you can't intersect yourself. I thought about that. And that was one of the things, like, I didn't, let me show an example of why I didn't really want that. Let's just make this like 100 or something. So now this is holding 100 points, right? Okay. So IPR Zacti, the reason why I didn't want to do that is because, like, you could have a intersection just like that subtle. Like, I mean, it would, like, if you just do a quick, like, whoa, bang, like, just, there'd be like this just tiny little intersection like that, like right there in the middle of green. And I didn't want, I thought about doing that at first, but then when I realized, there could be like these really tiny intersections, yeah, I think it'd be pretty frustrating, because you wouldn't really realize, like, oh, I didn't. And I mean, there could be maybe a way to, like, more dramatically, or have like it more dramatic angles or something, right? Like, it can only be like a, if your intersection angle is like that, then you're okay. But if it's like that, if you're like crossing at a certain angle, then, but that would just be kind of crazy. Weemy, new hardcore with snake mechanic, new mode. Yeah. But your other question, Weemy, about the date thing, what I'm going to do is, well, because there's the mouse event timestamps that come in. So I'm grabbing those currently, but I was trying something else kind of right before you hopped in, and it didn't. It's going to end up with the same results as I have right now, where stuff just moves as you move the mouse cursor. So I need there to be a something checking for every frame. I need it to be actually checking every single frame. This is kind of cool. But yeah, right now, like this, it only moves when I move, right? If you move kind of continuously, it feels like it's moving over time, but it only moves when I move. There need to be some sort of aim assist to create a buffer. Yeah. Or are you talking about to make sure you don't collide with your own path? Like, if you're within a certain amount of... Or are you saying, like, actually, I don't know if I know what you're talking about. So what I need to do now is I just need to I'm going to need to override this method, this draw method in OpenPath. But I'm also thinking of perhaps well, this is where I need to test my JavaScript knowledge. CLG this dot draw. Need the console. All right, so that's correctly printing that function. But if I do this dot draw equals this dot draw, and then CLG this dot draw. Actually, this is kind of dumb. Yeah, that's correct. But if I do this dot draw if I do this isn't going to work because of closures. This is going to wrap. This is going to create a recursive loop for infinity. Let's just test it for fun. Yes, maximum call stack size exceeded. That is an infinite recursive loop. Okay, so at least that's, well, I knew that's what was going to happen. I'm not an idiot. Yes, I am. All right. Yes. So that's exactly as we expected it to be. But what if we do this? If we do this dot draw 2 equals this dot draw, and then this dot draw will now equal a new function that will then call this dot draw 2. Oh yeah, now I'm breaking some stuff. Let's copy. Wait, do I need? No, that should be it. Params. There we go. And this dot draw 2 yeah. Yes, that's good. Retro MMO. Frulu. Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. I say man. I realize I could be getting that wrong, but just going off of statistics that I believe I know about Twitch. Okay, so all right, so we broke everything with that nice recursive loop into infinity. But now I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to think of how, because I need to override this function. but I still need to keep all, I need to just do some stuff before it. But the problem is we lose oh, wait a minute. No. Never mind. We're doing it right here. It's working right here. Yeah, we're okay. So instead of this dot draw 2, I'll call it this dot, call it super draw. Not because it's fantastic super, but because it's the super class. I mean, that is pretty cool. That is somewhat superhuman, I guess. All right, so we'll call this super draw. We'll assign the current this dot draw to it. So for our cursor trail that extends open path, this dot draw, so this function here that I just clicked and dragged and destroyed, this guy here will then get assigned to our super draw, right? That's exactly what we want. And now we're fake overriding this drawing method here. Because it's not an actual method. It's just a property that has an anonymous function assigned to it. So we're successfully overriding it here. We now have our new this.draw. And then we actually do need to destructure this here. So we need to pull out the CTX, and we need to pull out some timestamp of some kind, which draw. Here we go. We've got CTX, we've got last frame time, and we got runtime. So the runtime gives us the amount of time that our browser's been up. Oh, everything's broken now. This .draw2 is not a function. We need to call superDraw, and then in here I will just do a new little function, or a new little object. Okay, at least this won't break anything now, right? Okay. Awesome. Cool. That's right. Okay, nice. Okay, so I forget what I was trying to talk about. I don't even know. Oh, right. So we have the ability, any drawable entity on screen, right? Anything that can draw on screen. It's got three things we can pass to it. Our canvas context, that's how we actually draw that object onto the screen then. We've got the last frame time, so we can see how long the last frame took to draw, right? Which comes through in milliseconds. And we've got runtime, which should also be the number of milliseconds we've been up. Like our browser has been up. Or not the browser, sorry, but the page, the window object. So that's coming through. Yes. So we have that here. The CTX. Let me just look at that quick. So we've got runtime. So let's just CLG runtime. IPR is XD. Will the tail dissolve after a few seconds or always stay solid? What I'm working on right now is trying to get it to like dissolve, or not dissolve, but just be like a little cursor trail I want it to be like the classic. Is that it? Yeah, cursor display pointer trails. I want it to be kind of like this. You know, not, well, that's a bad example because I don't want it to be like a bunch of cursors, but I want it to be, you know, like, actually that looks terrible. Whoever thought that was a good feature to add. It's under visibility. I guess it's supposed to help people with visibility, but whatever. Okay. That took a long time to close. I want it to just be like a certain number of seconds delayed, right? Or a certain number of milliseconds delayed, like 100 milliseconds or something. So I want that to be... Wait a minute. Why is that? Yeah, because right now it's just like it's keeping track of a limited number of mouse positions. Right now I have it, what, keeping 100 mouse positions? Yeah. So now it's just drawing a line from connecting the last 100 mouse positions, which means it only changes in size when you move the mouse cursor, right? Which I don't want. I want it to be like time. I want the number of mouse positions that we're drawing a line to, I want that to be based on time. So if a position is older than 100 milliseconds, then I don't want that mouse cursor, so I don't want to draw a trail to that position. So I did it this way just because I knew it was really easy to do it with, because I'm just limiting however many points I'm keeping. But doing it with time required a little more finagling. What if it auto clears itself from the points array? Oh. Well, okay, so I could do that. I wouldn't want to have like each point being like smart and removing itself, because what I'm doing right now is the cursor trail. So I should, in fact, instead of me just like blabbing about this, I pretty much have myself set up now to do exactly this. So we can take the runtime. So right now, in my draw method, I can loop over each point in the array, which we want to loop from the end. But on full stop, I feel like it should fade away visually. Yes, I do actually have that. I have that. That's the cursor trail ghost. I do have that. I have it turned off right now. Because, well, we'll see. We'll see. I might turn it back on. I have, yeah, right here is where I have it like turned off. All right, why are we getting an error here? Oops. I don't need this big explanation here. This unexpected token. Constructor method X. Is that draw? Is that draw equals? Oh. Oh, yeah. Hey, no, wait. That's fine, isn't it? All right, I typed something wrong here. Oh, we got, oh, yeah. I doubled that up. Okay. There we go. All right, so how do I see if a point, let's just say 100 milliseconds, right? So we have our runtime. I want to loop over each point in the points array, which are now, okay, I'm doing push. So push pushes a value to the end of the array, right? So I need to loop over the front of the array. This is going to be kind of a nasty little loop here. For let I equal 0, I is less than this dot points dot length. I actually no, we do want it. We do want this. I plus equals 1. Actually, I don't want to do a for loop. I want a while loop. So we need to do let I equal 0 while I is less than this dot points dot length. Right? Yes. And then only if, so if we don't, all right, I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, so now we're looping over each point in the points array. So we're going to loop over every single point here in the trail. And, oh, no, we still have the same problem. I need, all right, so the problem right now is I have my open path class. And this class is supposed to be kind of like a engine level class, right? So it's not supposed to be it has a points array. So the open path is our line, right? That's just that. If you want to draw something on the screen that's a line of randomly connected dots, that's what you use an open path. Open path meaning it doesn't connect in a loop at all, right? So it's open, right? It's just a squiggly line or a straight line or some sort of line. So it has a points array, and this points array should be just points objects, should be just an array of objects that are X and Y value point, like vector 2 objects, right? They are not, well, okay, so that's how it should just be, the open path class, right? Anytime you need to just draw some sort of line, squiggly, straight, whatever, as long as they don't connect, use the open path class. That's how it should be, right? According to my methodology, my own methodology. So the cursor trail just extends the open path. So therefore, by inheritance, the cursor trail has a points array. And we are now kind of overriding the draw method because we want to do some cleanup before we do the real draw, right? Before we do this draw where we draw every lines to all the points, we want to clean up the points. We want to get rid of the old points. So the problem is we don't, by how this open path works, our points array is just an array of X and Y value points. It's not the times. It's not the timestamps of when those mouse events happened. So in order to preserve this, and I don't, yeah, I want to preserve this class, right? I want to keep this. This should just be for, this class should just be for nice, I should be able to reuse this in some other project or something. So I don't want, whereas cursor trail is just kind of that's more of the gameplay level object, right? So for this specific game, cursor trail is a class, but that wouldn't pull over to, some other project with this engine. So I think I'm going to keep 2 arrays then. So I think cursor trail is going to keep an array of, I know that this sounds kind of dumb, but I think it should keep an array of this dot mouse mouse input timestamps equals an array. And that sounds dumb to have like a separate array, but I think that's what I should do. So in this array, I'm going to keep the timestamps. So it'll be an array just of floating point numbers. Okay, so then, yes. So here is where we have our valid cursor drag moved event. So we push the position of that last mouse event, and then we'll do this dot mouse input timestamps dot push e dot time. All right, so we're pushing in the timestamp of that array, of that mouse event. That is swell. So now instead of looping, well, so this mouse input timestamps will just be like a parallel array to the points array. So the points array will be, you know, the X and Y object, the vector 2 objects, right? And then the timestamps array, the IDs will match up, right? So ID 0 for each of these arrays will be pointing to each other, kind of. So what I'll do is I will loop over this array, check the times, and then if we need to get rid of some points, then we get rid of them from both arrays. So we'll do the array.splice. Now the wheels are turning. What we could do here is, let's pull up Notepad. All right, so we might have an array of, we'll have an array. Not might, we will. We'll have an array of times. Let me just do it all in one line here. Okay, so we'll say the first mouse event happened at 1,000 milliseconds. Second one happened at 1,020. Whoops. Third. And they're going to be lower first. The lower array, the lower times are going to be first. So we might have 1,025, 26 after that. Next mouse movement might not be. Let's make the next mouse movement like 1,300 or like 3,000, right? So there was like 2 seconds where you didn't move the mouse. And then 3,008. Right, so let's just pretend. So that's our array of timestamps. So you move the mouse cursor at 1,000 milliseconds, 1,020 milliseconds, 1,026 milliseconds, and then 3,000 milliseconds, so like almost 2 seconds passed. 3,008 milliseconds. So that the array will always be lowest at the beginning and increasing with over time, right? Always, it'll always be that way. So what we want to do is we're gonna, I guess what I should do is just loop. What I was gonna do is loop over and check each one and like say, okay, if you're, yeah, let's do it that way first. So we'll look at this time and we'll say, okay, is your time, the difference between the current time and your timestamp, you know, are they greater than 100 milliseconds or whatever, right? So let's do it that way first. So mouse input timestamps I, So we're going to have an if statement here. If, okay, we got runtime. So if runtime minus this time, yeah, that's what it's going to be. If runtime minus this time is greater than 100, let's just do 1,000 for testing. So we'll do 1 second just for testing. Then, so here if we've got a timestamp value that's greater than 1,000, or that's older than 1,000 milliseconds, we need to get rid of it. So then we need to do this dot mouse input timestamps dot splice. Yes. So we need to start at I. We get rid of 1. And then we need to make sure we don't increment I when that happens. Whenever we delete something. Yeah, we don't. So we'll have an else. We'll have an else, and then I plus equals 1. All right. In theory, that should be working. Get rid of that first. Oh, wait. I can't just get rid of it from here. I have to get rid of it from this dot points array as well. Dot splice. Oh, whoa. This dot points dot splice I1. So the array dot splice method. This is a method attached to the array class in JavaScript. So we can pass an index and then an amount we want to remove. So we can remove just a single element from a given index and shrink the whole array with that. So now, okay, nice. It's working. Okay, it's working for 1 second though. That's way too long. So let's do 100 milliseconds. Nice. There we go. Cool. Weemy, awesome. Thanks. Yeah, I think we got it now. Yeah, 100 milliseconds. Let's see. Let's try 50. 50 might be too short. Yeah, 50 is way too short. It just feels kind of... I'll go back to 100. Yeah, so now it's just kind of a cool little visual effect rather than... Yeah, and then if I... Now we don't have that issue. If I close the console... Whoa. Gotta fix these colors soon. I say that all the time. Yep. Okay. Yes, I like the way that feels, I think. Yeah, so now when you go really slow, you got just a little dinky trail, right? But you go, the faster you go, the longer the trail. Yeah, okay. Nice. All right, so... I mean, I think we solved that for now. Right? Cool. The one thing I was thinking that might be better, instead of running a splice on every loop, what if we just loop? what happens if we what happens if we splice an array? Const a equals an array 2, 3, 4, 5. Just have an array of 5 numbers. What happens if we call a.splice? What if we do, okay, so let's say we do 1, splice from position 1, and we'll kill 5 items. What are we left with? We should be left with an array, yeah, with just 1. Because we killed position 1, which is actually where number 2 is. So it doesn't matter how many we kill. We could kill 50. We could remove 50 from the array. That doesn't change that. Okay, I like that. Yeah, because I'm thinking I don't know if I want to call splice on each one. Because I don't know how slow splice is. I don't want to do it. My instincts are telling me don't do a splice on every iteration. I should loop over all the points, gather all the information about how many points need to be spliced, and then call splice on that number of points. Right, so the older points, for example, we could use this array here. The older points they'll always be in order incrementing this way, right, in times. Weemy, whoa, I made it too. I'm not sure what you're talking about. What something you're working on, you're saying? Yeah, so our time stamps will always be going up. The stuff you're doing is awesome and cool, and I wanted to try mouse trail too. Oh, nice, nice. So as our time, yeah, because what I want to do, like let's say we needed to get rid of elements 1, 2, 3, and 4 of our array. I'd rather like count all of those and then do one splice and splice all 4 of them out. I'd rather do that than splice 1, splice 2, splice 3, splice 4, like as we loop, checking each time. I'd rather do like well, this is fine. We can loop over each. Yeah, because maybe now we could just do a single for loop. If I'm on the right keys, let I equal 0, I is less than this dot mouse input times stamps dot length I plus equals 1. So we won't splice until we're done with the loop. So we'll loop over every single one. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to do another while loop. We're going to do let I equal 0, but we're going to do like a Boolean let well, we're going to loop while I is less than this dot mouse timestamps. No, we can't. We need to loop done equal false. Let me start with that so I can wrap my head around this. So while we're not done, So we're going to loop while we're not, as long as we're not done, right? And we're always going to I plus 1 at the bottom of this while loop. So if we're only going to be done if let's increment no, okay, hang on. Plus equals 1, there we go. All right, so now we need to do if runtime minus, we're going to do the same thing. Let's use this as an example again. So let's pretend these are our mouse timestamps, right? At 1 second, we've got one mouse movement. At 1020 milliseconds, we've got another mouse movement. At 1026, whoops. At 1026, we've got another mouse movement. And at 3000, we got another mouse movement. We need to check if each one of these is less than 100 milliseconds from now. So let's, obviously, if these are 3000, our current duration has to be somewhere after 3008. So let's just say our current time, our run time is now at 3010. So if we need to get rid of any points here that are older than 100 milliseconds. So obviously 3000 is only 10 milliseconds old, 3008 is only 2 milliseconds old, so those are good. But we need to loop and check. So we're looping from the beginning of the array. The beginning of the array holds the oldest, right? The end of the array holds the newest. And they're incrementing up in time. Well, not incrementing, but the oldest is always at the beginning of the array. The newest is always at the end of the array. So we need to check the current runtime, 3010 minus this timestamp. Is it greater than 100, right? So in this case, yes, it's greater than 100. So we need to if runtime if runtime minus this is greater than 100, I'm just hard coding this all for now. That's how we do it around here. No, I'm just kidding. I will move that value, this magic number 100, out somewhere else later. Okay. So we do that calculation. If it's greater than 100, we know we need to try the next one. Because if it's not greater than 100, then I'm going to set this done to true for right now. Done equals true. Yes, right? Maybe. We'll see. And then when we're done with the loop. And then maybe we don't, oh, yes, actually, then this I plus equals 1 can just be in this place. Okay. That's it. That's all we need. Right? I is going to start at 0. And we're always going, okay, and then, so then when we're out here, we would do this dot mouse, well, we can do const elements to remove, I'll just say none removed elements equals, we just, it's going to be I plus 1, right? We're looking at, okay, we're looking at index 0. So if index 0 here, okay. Make sure I'm doing this right. Runtime minus this time thousands greater than 100. So then we know we need to get rid of at least 1. Oh. So if we hit 1, you know what? I think I'm actually going to just leave this for now. I think we're going to be fine with just calling splice a bunch of times. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it right now. It's good enough. If there's something we need to fix performance on later, we'll do it, but it doesn't seem to be a problem at all. All right, and now let's try the ghost trail again here. Let's see if we can bring that back. All right, so now let's get rid of this. Okay. And let's see what we can do about the ghost. So the ghost trail. Okay, cool. Oops. Why? Now I might be a little confused here, but help Zenglish. What about this dot points equals this dot points filter function blah 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 blah. Oh, using a filter function. Yeah, actually that's probably a good thing. Yes. Yeah, and Weemy, I haven't seen one of your streams lately, so I'll have to tune in. Yeah, Zenglish. Yeah, I didn't even think about doing a filter. And then does calling filter just no worries. I could. Well, the thing is, no, actually, you're right. Actually, I think you're right. The return run minus. Yeah, I think you're right. I think what I would do, I mean, the second filter would probably just be, yeah, let's throw the filter in there, because I do think that would be better that probably is better, more efficient than doing a splice over every loop. So this dot mouse, but I think mouse input timestamps. Mr. English is the object prototype guru. Yeah, honestly, I've never really used the filter method. But this is a good case where I should do that, because that's literally exactly what I'm doing. I'm just trying to filter out. Usually never. The filter out function is nice. Filter method is nice. But it's like 99% of the time I need something like slightly more complicated. My thing is like slightly more complicated than what I could do with filter. But in this case, it works because I'm just doing the comparison. So I'm literally just going to copy and paste. Yeah, so we've got okay, wait a minute here. Yeah, I do want to filter on points first, right? This dot points dot filter. And it would be the point itself is the first thing, right? And then I is the index. And then whatever I return, is that how it works? Oh yeah, you just return the new values that you want in the array, right? Stop points dot filter. Yeah, let me see what you're doing. The inside of the filter returns true or false, telling the filter whether that element should be preserved. Oh, right. That given element that you're iterating over. Gotcha. Yes. Okay. So then, I see what I see then, because yeah, returning the if mouse input timestamps is greater than 100. Yes. Let's see, this dot mouse input timestamps I is greater than 100. Well, I'll just throw this all on. Okay, so that would give us that. But then I think what I would end up doing, just to avoid running that all again, just to avoid doing this calculation a bunch of times, I think I would just splice the difference in values out of. So this dot mouse input timestamps dot splice, and we just start at 0 because it'll always be 0, and the number of elements to remove would be what the difference. So if we removed 2 values, we'd have 3 left. So we'd want to make sure delete count is 2. So we'd have 3 left, and then that would be 5. So 5 minus 3 would be 2. Brilliant. So that would be this dot mouse input timestamps dot length minus this dot points dot length. I think that is what I want. Nice. Oops. Almost. The inside of the filter should return true or false. Oh yeah, I already looked at that. And then the filter returns a new filtered array that you assign to this dot points. Oh. Gotcha. Okay, well, we're not getting any errors. This dot mouse input timestamps I. Or maybe it doesn't work at all. Oh, I didn't do the actual math. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Runtime minus. That would help, huh? I should have copied and pasted exactly what you had. Almost. Well, the ghost works for a second there. Maybe I did this wrong. Let's see here. Oh, that won't work because now the indexes don't line up. All right, let's CLG the difference between these two here just to see. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blah, 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 blah. That looks good. At most, there's like 9. That seems a little weird. At most, there are 9 points. Oh. Oh, I don't want, the thing is I want the inverse of this. I only want you if you're newer than 100 milliseconds. Yes, that's it. Nice. All right. Brilliant. That's why we're here. Okay. Yeah, thanks thanks Zenglish. That cleaned everything up nicely there. Okay, so now we should be plopping those things out correctly. Let me just make sure, because I'm a little paranoid. Make sure this works. 100, 100, 100. Wow, it's funny how I saw like a bunch of 100s. Somehow it like caps out at 100. 101. Oh, you know why that is? Because my mouse is 1,000 hertz. And when the browser window is open, we're getting those full 1,000 hertz. So it just so happens. That's why we're getting that hovering right around 100 at maximum. Perfect. Cool. Yeah, thanks Zenglish for the help there. I like it. Yeah, and that way we're not doing the splice every time. Cool. All right, and we've got our ghost working now, except the ghost is way too slow. I slowed it down though for testing. So I had it like 100 milliseconds before. That might be too fast. Because now if you're playing bang, 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 pop the wrong one. Yeah, 500 feels better. You know what? Let's make this 75. Let's try that. Yeah. Yeah, 75 milliseconds. That should be better. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nope, nope. Too close. Colors are too close. I give up. All right, this is really it's feeling pretty good now. I like the little trail. I feel like that's good enough. It kind of gives you, yeah, the way it was before was just kind of terrible. But right now it feels pretty good. You know, bigger trail as you're moving along, kind of feels faster or whatever. Oh. Oh, yes. That reminds me. Nope. Not on this piece of paper. Oops. All right. I just noticed something funny. So if, well, that worked. Oh, wait. Okay, so when I pop purple, this is the last bubble of the checkpoint, or this lavender, I should say. When I pop this one, it won't fade out. It'll just instantly disappear. Boom. So that's a problem. So we've got the, yeah, so when I pop the bubbles now, like they have this nice little fade out animation, right? But if I pop blue, which is the next checkpoint, bang, just instantly disappears. So that's a problem because well, not a problem. It's a problem because it looks bad. But I know what it's an issue, or I know why it's happening, I should say. Oh. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't really notice it until just now. It's been happening this whole time. It's a problem because we're destructing that bubble immediately when it gets popped. But what we should be doing is animating, not destructing that bubble until after the animation is completed. So we need to look at our marathon object here. We need to look at the key down. Okay, so here's where we start to destruct. So if the player hit a checkpoint, we pop a bubble, yada yada. New checkpoint rem remainder. Okay. Yeah, so if we're inside of this if statement, we've hit a new checkpoint. And here we're looping to destruct all the bubbles of that previous checkpoint. But we don't want to do that. We actually want to... What are we looping from here? Yeah, we want to set... We want to let that animation play out first. So I pop yellow, it'll just disappear, right? Because it got destructed right away, immediately. But we want to let the animation play out and then have it get destructed, right? So we want it to fade out and then kill itself and all the bubbles that are also in that same checkpoint. That is what we want. So to do that, we need to put this loop here, we need to wrap inside of a little callback for our on elapsed event listener. So actually, I think all we need to do first bubble to destruct. Checkpoint interval won't change. Okay, so we do need to calculate this separately, then that will get wrapped. Okay. So we need to look at this dot bubbles, this dot target bubble ID -1, because we are incrementing our target bubble ID here. So we need to look at the previous bubble. We're going to do dot marathon bubble fade. Yeah, bubble fade timer. This is what we need to look at. And we're going to do, why is it called timer? That's an old name. But we will do this dot bubble fade timer dot set. Actually, let me rename all that right now. Instead of timer, we're going to call it animation. So, or we'll call it anim. Expand anim. Okay. So we're going to make this, we're just going to call this fade anim. Fade anim. We don't need to call it bubble fade. Oh. Bubble fade timer, and we're going to replace with just fade anim, because I've been doing that for the other things that fade. Okay. That looks good. So, whoops. In our marathon here, we've got okay, this bubbles, yes, phase set on elapsed. Okay, and then this is going up in there. And let me make sure I spelled that correctly. Timer on elapsed, set on elapsed, new on elapsed. Great. Okay, so now we should be waiting for that bubble to fade out, and then it will destruct. Okay. In theory, that worked. So let's just make sure we're doing that here. So now when I pop this one, it will fade, and then we'll see in the console it will print 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. So once I pop this, it will fade, and then 0, 1, 2, 3. If we keep playing, 4, 5, 6, 7. Awesome. Yes, much better now. Whoops, this, that. Cool. All right. So that seems to be working great. Now, there was something else I started to work on before I just fixed that little thing. And I don't remember what it was now. Oop. Oh. This one? This one? Oh! That broke something badly there. What? It's not a bug, it's a feature. Exactly. Oh, I don't even know what just happened here now. Okay. I don't even know what happened. Somehow the bubbles that were supposed to get destructed like unwound some way. And they came back. Oops. All right, I'm trying to look at this closely. Too many pinks. Oh. Oh. Okay, there I played through the whole thing there, 100 bubbles, without seeing that issue at all. There we go. There we go. Right? Didn't I do it there? No, somehow that was fine. Yes. Okay. We brought back the old bubbles there. I just like double tapped. Okay. So those bubbles didn't... Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Okay, so if I... In that split second... Okay. So if we are about to destruct these bubbles... All right, okay, so I pop this... They get destructed, right? But they don't get destructed until that bubble fades out. So here, when I pop this one, the destruct method won't fire until this bubble fades. Boom, then they're destructed, right? But the problem is if I like throw another, which if I like double tap, they come back. So that's the problem. So they come back because yeah, and then they're stuck there forever. They come back because they are still, because they're not destructed yet, they are still listening to the cursor drag stopped events, which that should now be renamed because I'm not doing cursor dragging anymore. But I digress. So these Marathon bubbles where are their event listeners? Yeah. So they are listening to cursor drag stopped. So it's almost like I need a new. Yeah, so what happens is the cursor drag stopped, gets fired while they're supposed to get destructed later after that animation finishes. But they come back because of this. They come back and somehow they don't get destructed. Zenglish, could you set their handler to null just before you fade them? No, because the handler goes to like a global. Well, I'm going to have to do something along the lines of that. But the direct answer to your question, no. Because their handlers are actually, if you see here, I have this event listeners array. And then there's a global event emitter object, which I kind of just copied Node.js style event emitters. Well, I say copy, but all it is just it's just an object. The event emitter global event emitter object just lets you register event listeners based upon a string event name, right? So this handler listener function gets registered. And yes, I'm going to have. I can't set that to null because it's just an object in an array in the global event listener object. But I'm going to need to like pull the event listener out. But that's technically what happens when you destruct the object. So the thing I don't want to do is add like a Boolean that says like destructing and then like check is destructing true. Because then I could set that Boolean like at the time that the animation gets set, and then it would ignore this event if it happened, basically. Or, oops. Let me try this other thing first, though. So if I do Okay, pop. Yeah, okay, so it comes back. Wow. Yeah, I need like some sort of... How does the off thing work in my global event? No. Event emitter. There we go. So off, you have to say off on which event and pass the listener. So actually, I could do something like that. I could just have maybe a method in here called stop cursor drag. Whoops. Destruct, if this is initialized, return this dot initialize equals false. Expand and destruct, 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 destruct. I'm gonna fill up on some water and use the bathroom. So we'll be right back in a moment. All right, I'm back. I don't remember what we were doing. No, actually, I do. All right, so I've got a bit of an ethical dilemma here where I don't know if well, yeah. So I'm trying to figure out how I can prevent. I don't really like the idea of adding a new state for our bubbles, but that might just be, they need to be like in a purgatory. So the problem is, the way it worked before, you go to the next checkpoint. So when I hit spacebar, we go to the next checkpoint. And before, all the old bubbles from that previous checkpoint would just get removed right away. They'd get destructed right away. The problem, or so what I wanted to have happen, well, what that meant is there wouldn't be any animation when you pop this last bubble at the checkpoint. There is now, so I added that. So what I basically did is like deferred the destructing of all those other bubbles until that animation of this one bubble finished. But the problem is now, if you fire off another event, like if you crash the cursor, then all those bubbles come back. In fact, actually, I'm kind of confused as to why they come back, because they should technically be destructed. I mean, they should like flash for like a split second until that animation finishes, and then they should disappear. So actually, I'm a little confused on to exactly why. How did I end up with so many tabs here? All right, this is okay. I'm going to keep that for now. So yeah, like Zenglish was saying, can you remove their handlers, or could you set their handler to null before you fade them? And we can't directly do something like that, but we could potentially, what I'm thinking is we just add another like Boolean to every bubble, to the bubble class, that just says, basically in this cursor drag stopped event, which is now somewhat incorrectly named because I'm not using cursor dragging anymore, but yet this event is still being used, so it's kind of misnamed. But I need almost like a Boolean check in here, like pending destruction. I hate doing that. Weemy, well, good luck, mate. See you another time. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for hanging out again. I appreciate it. I hate doing something like this because, oops. Well, I don't know. This is honestly just kind of the quickest thing. And I think it's going to get us as far as we need. So we'll have this Boolean called pending destruction. So basically that pending destruction is we're waiting for that animation to finish, and then we'll be destructed, right? So what I can just do is if we are pending destruction, I can just return. So if this cursor drag stop event gets fired, this listener gets fired. If we're pending destruction, it won't do anything. It'll be done. And then this dot pending destruction can get sent, or get set. Sorry, not sent. Set in the marathon. We can do a loop for each of those bubbles. Basically, this exact loop we do here, except instead of bubbles.i.destruct, we will do bubbles.pending destruction equals true. And then that should just work. And you're never coming back from being destructed. At least you shouldn't be. So now if I pop this bubble and then hit the spacebar again to kind of reset, to throw a reset, whoops, or crash into the wall. There we go. So that did it there. I just don't like really the way, it's kind of like I'd rather not have a bunch of like different state variables that just represent. I mean, the bubble class already has quite a bit of state variables, or at least it doesn't anymore. It used to because, oh, that's the marathon. Maybe it still does. Yeah, it's got traversed, popped, initialized. Now I'm adding another one. And it just makes things hard to kind of look at sometimes, or to go back and figure out what you're doing, because you have to keep track of wherever that Boolean got set, it gets set, or it gets changed, or blah blah blah. So but at least for now. I mean, I'll think about it. I'll dwell upon it when I'm not on the stream. And I'll see if I come up with something better. But for the quick and dirty, I think we got it. So when Aaron click or spacebar sends an event that those already pop bubbles we're hearing. Yes, errant, yeah. Yeah, so each bubble here is listening for whenever you, well, just what happened just there. So like this bubble's popped and it basically fades out and whatever, but it's still listening to events, right? Because it's listening for when I crash into the wall or something, it comes back, right? So, and each bubble is responsible for keeping that track of that. And I could probably just by oh, its XY position is still where it is after it fades. Yep, exactly. So it basically it fades, it stays in that exact its position object stays exactly the same. Just its color, it has a color property, and that the alpha in that just goes, animates from 1 to 0. And then basically it's just got some state for if it was traversed by the mouse cursor, if it was popped. So like the traversed is like what's happening here, like traverse true is true now. So like the it gets that little outline, which I want to change that, or at least want to change. I don't really like the outline. I want there to be something else indicating when you go over the bubble. What if the fade also sets its XY coords outside the ring? Then you don't need another Boolean. I could do something like that. Like that way, if it reappears, it actually just reappears, you know, out at negative, appears off screen or something. Yes, but actually that might not be that bad of an idea. However, yeah, like let me get rid of this little check here. Hang on, I'll be right back in a second here. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so Zenglish, like you said, we could move the circle out of bounds, off screen. Oh. Oh, this one is... The thing I was confused about... Okay, I already removed that. Was why... Oops. Why do these come back? Somehow... Reset pause. How do these come back even though they get destructed? That's very... Yeah, why are these coming back? Nadir 2K, are you gay? Why are you gay? It's a good question. I hadn't really thought about it. So... these bubbles, if they're getting destructed at the end of this animation. Oh, wait a minute. Let me print the value again. Because maybe... marathon. Yeah, okay, let's look at what I is. CLGI. Because I feel like when you screw up, maybe there's... Let's see. Okay, so if I screw up, nothing happened there. Nadir 2K, is this supposed to be a game? Yes, it is. Nadir 2K, how do you make the animations so smooth on the browser? The animations are... I'm using... Well, so everything is done in the browser with the canvas, with HTML5 canvas, if you're familiar with that. And I'm using the 2D context for that. So that's just a very basic API for doing like 2D shapes, just basic 2D graphics, shapes, you know, rectangles, lines, and you can do arcs and you can fill in stuff and shade things, whatever. So you can see where I'm actually doing that spot here. So I'm using a canvas. I'm creating a canvas element. I'm setting it to the size of the window. So it's like a full screen canvas. And then I'm setting up a 2D context. So then from there I can, basically my little game engine is kind of wrapping around the 2D context, the 2D context API. Yes, familiar with that stuff, but in my case, the animations are not as smooth and maybe doing something wrong. Yeah, so then to get to the animations part of it, so what I'm using is this little method here, window.requestAnimationFrame. So So what that does is, you pass, so you have a function here that goes recursively into that. So like I have this dot render here as a method of my canvas wrapper, and then that gets passed into window.requestAnimationFrame. So what that does, what window.requestAnimationFrame does, is it lets you sync. Well, okay, so you run all of your update code here. So inside of this, all of my drawable things get drawn on screen at that point. And then what window.requestAnimationFrame does is it makes sure that you're synced up with the, well, in the case, I mean, I guess it depends on the browser, but in like the case of Chrome, it's making sure that you're synced up you have kind of VSync enabled with the browser, so that you can always ensure that the browser, you're syncing with whenever the browser window is refreshing, you are also drawing all your updates in that window as well, in that window of time as well. So, I mean, you're seeing, 60 frames, but I myself have a 120 hertz monitor, and Chrome works fine with 120 hertz. So it actually looks really nice and smooth for me. But I would say, I mean, even if you're not using, I was using freaking loops. I mean, that's another way to do it. I mean, another thing you can do if you want to like have a fixed refresh rate, is if you're using loops, there's no time. It's just going to be like looping as fast as it can, right? Like however fast your CPU can go, it's just going to loop, right? So the other, I would say your alternative that you'd want to do for this, instead of window.requestAnimationFrame, because what this will do is this will kind of ensure whatever the system refresh rate is. Like in my case, I'm using Chrome and it supports 120 hertz. So this will just work at 120 hertz. But if I'd say the alternative to that would be, you'd want to do like a set. If you didn't want it to sync with every browser refresh, I would say you'd want to do the set interval, and then, pass in your, I would have like, I guess something like this, set interval, and then this dot render would get passed in there, right? This is what I want to run. And then you'd want to run, if you wanted it 60 FPS always, you might do something like that, so that my interval is always going to be 1/60th of a second. Because your for, if you're just doing a for loop or whatever, a while loop, whatever, you're going to be, you're going to be doing like a million loops a second. So, depending on what all the code and whatever is in there, but I'm just generalizing, you might have like a million loops a second if you do that. And I don't know what animation B might be all screwed up. Yeah, you wouldn't really want to do a for loop like that, just because you'd be just kind of guaranteeing max CPU usage all the time if you did that, because it's just going to be going as fast as it can, right? Whereas this case, I can say I'm doing my render function 1/60th of a second. Right, exactly. Yeah, it's going to hang and whatnot. So if you're doing it like this way, I would say this way is a little, they have this method for a reason, window.requestAnimationFrame, so that everything kind of, you don't really have too much stuttering. I don't notice stuttering too much, but I don't have a lot of like big sweeping animations or anything where I would notice it either currently. So, whoops. But if you just print, the other thing that's really nice with this .requestAnimationFrame, so I pass my this.render method here, but then the time comes in, the amount of time that is elapsed. So from there, you can get frame times. So like I calculate last frame time here. So this time variable is the amount of time your window has been up, right? So whatever point you go to the website or whatever, this time will be just always incrementing. It's the number of milliseconds that it's up. So what you can do is you can do time minus last frame time, which I initialized as 0. So I can always, or last frame start time. So I can always get my like frame times. And then that way I can, anything I want to animate, I can talk about in terms of seconds or milliseconds. I can say I want this thing to move, you know, a certain amount of time per second. And then that way I can always update its new position on the screen because I know how long the last frame took to render. So how often does request animation frame run? Depending on the browser. In my case with Chrome right now, it will just run. I have a 120 hertz monitor, so it will run 120 times a second. And as far as I know, yeah, actually, I don't know if any browsers go over 120. If they do like 144 or anything, I haven't been kept up to date on that. But it will run at whatever the browser, I guess whatever the browser supports, right? Which the browser should, in theory, be supporting whatever your system refresh rate is. But I know for a while, like Edge or something only supported like 100 frames per second maximum. So even if you had 120 hertz screen, Edge would still only update at 100 frames a second. So this would be running, you know, 1/100th of a second. I never messed around with any of that, so I don't know. I haven't really messed around with this in Edge at all. So I don't know that either. But yeah, I would look into this. To the Mozilla page on this, I mean, I think explains it all relatively well. The MDN page. Yeah, this game is just a simple little like skill game. So just kind of you're basically just popping these bubbles and colors here as you see them here in this order, right? So I'd pop. Right now the colors are a little screwy because I'm just generating purely random colors, but whoops. Yeah, so you're basically just trying to see how fast you can pop these bubbles. So it's just meant to be kind of a little skill, fast-paced game. Nothing too complicated or crazy. Those never get destructed. That's our problem. You could use a third-party gaming library for this stuff, right? Like I guess there's something called Babylon.js. Babylon, I assume you're meaning Babel. Babel just is like a transpiler. So like it lets you write, Babel lets you write like modern spec JavaScript. And then, you know, like ES8 or whatever JavaScript is on now, ES9, I don't know. And then it writes outputs JavaScript in like compatibility mode for like other browsers, older browsers, whatever. I think you can kind of control all of that stuff. Oh. Babylon.js. Nice. Actually, I think I've heard of this. Yeah, and this looks like, 3D WebGL using, I guess, and everything. Nice, looks pretty cool. Yeah, I am not too interested in using libraries, really, other libraries to do this. I like doing everything myself. It's kind of my deal. So I'm doing this from scratch in that sense. But I may be getting into some 3D stuff in the future. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, you could use this. You could build, this game out of. It's pretty simple. You could build it out of other sort of game engine-y stuff for the browser or whatever. But yeah, I'm just doing the engine and everything all myself. I enjoy doing that, so that's kind of that's the fun part of it for me, I think, rather than just taking some other engine and building a game out of it, kind of doing everything and kind of optimizing everything exactly the way I need it, Because it's actually, especially in a game like this, it's just not very complicated. Oh, so you're the from scratch guy. Nice. I used to be like that. I figured it took too much time. Yeah, yes. Yeah, it does take a little more time, but at the end of the day, like, just to get stuff up on screen and whatever doesn't, I don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely the from scratch kind of guy for sure. But the way I like to see it too is like, your game, like my game code here is like so much smaller than if I took some third party engine and started using that, like it would be so much smaller, my code, than whatever I'm taking. And it's like I'd way rather not have someone else's just bloat and whatever in there than if I know I can build this thing like way, simpler and have it perform. I don't want to have like bottlenecks. The one thing I hate, especially with dealing with third-party stuff, is like you have some bottleneck that you literally just can't get around because it's a bottleneck in their system. So you end up doing something from scratch anyway to kind of, get around it or whatever. So to me, it's just like I'd rather just deal with all the stuff myself. Just like the people import the whole jQuery for just a small thing. Yeah. Yeah, and jQuery is, I'm not super familiar with jQuery, but isn't that, it's kind of that JavaScript for not really programmers. Right? For front end kind of tinkering people, I don't know. But yeah, I don't exactly that. Like, I don't want to have a whole bunch of extra code for one thing or have to write my own way around. jQuery's old, by the way. Nobody uses it now. Gotcha. Yeah, and part of it for me too is like I like learning stuff and figuring stuff out and kind of just having fun solving different problems as I reach them. But like the from scratch, I will say like the from scratch way ends up being kind of simpler than it might seem, Okay, so somehow we're not destructing these bubbles. Somehow these bubbles are not getting destructed. When we, so let's see, we go, whoop. If I pop this one, we destruct 0, 1, 2, 3. We just saw it, right? But if I mess up, if I pop this bubble and then screw up before the animation completes, then we never destruct those bubbles and they all came back. So something happened. Something happened that screwed this up. So that's actually, I have to fix this. I can't, my little hack doesn't work anyway. The little hack boolean that I added before. Zanglish, how often do checkpoint bubbles happen? It is every 4th bubble right now. So that's how I have it set right now. It's a variable that I can play around with, but right now, so you see 4 bubbles on the screen right away, right? So as soon as you pop all 4 of these, you'd go to the next checkpoint. As you play, new bubbles from the next checkpoint are appearing. So like as soon as this is the 4th bubble now. So as soon as I pop this one, then if all goes well, then we destruct those 4 bubbles and now we're on the next checkpoint, right? But I'm doing something here where, yeah, so like those bubbles, something broke. And these bubbles didn't end up getting destructed at all. So let me, let me see if this even prints in here. Starting destruct, okay. Nope. Okay, so oh, you know what? You know what it is? Okay, this fade animation, I'm setting. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this fade animation for that last bubble, that after that elapses, I want to destruct all the other bubbles from the checkpoint. They're only destructing when the checkpoint happens. Yes. So the old bubbles from the previous checkpoint go away, right? Because you're never gonna, once you make it to a new checkpoint, you can never go back to those old bubbles. So the previous 4 bubbles or previous n bubbles, whatever. So you'll never be able to go back to those. So that's why those old ones get destructed. And the problem. Oh no. Actually, it does work with the if the boolean is set, it does work now. So let's set the boolean. Actually, I already tested this and it worked. But I don't care, we're going to test it again. Yeah, I just commented that out. Okay. So if, yeah, so there it works. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna keep it like this for now. I'm gonna keep the pending destruction thing. Because everything should be working fine that way. Should probably calculate those into something else, but first bubble to destruct is less than or equal to. Yeah. Oh, actually. Yes, that's correct. All right, we're going to do that. Let's make sure that this is... Sorry, I'm just cleaning up some stuff now that I am finding. All right, so good. Still good. Still good. Cool. Yes. All right, that's nice. All right. So I am going to leave that the way it is right now. And we're going for 5.5 hours. Probably going to be shutting stuff down in a little bit here. We'll do a quick recap, and then, yeah, I think we'll close it up for the day. Got a lot done today. Got a lot of good stuff done today. For being, my head was a little swimmy, at least earlier. But still got a good bit done. So, what was the first thing we did? Should have wrote it down. Well, we fixed the cursor trails now. So now they are trailing based on time rather than based on just number of mouse movements. So that's pretty cool. So now as you go faster, the tail goes longer, right? Yeah, what did we do? Oh, yes, we removed the mouse cursor clicking and dragging altogether. That's just gone now. So that's not part of the game anymore. And I'm really glad I got rid of that. It didn't really make sense to have that anymore. And now the game just feels a lot better, makes more sense. So we're definitely moving things along nicely. Cleaned up some code and stuff, which was good. Just renamed some stuff. There's still some more things I'd like to rename. I'd like to rename cursor drag stopped because that doesn't apply anymore. It needs to be called like player crashed or something like that. That needs to be the name of the event. And that was kind of something where well, not a bit of a misnomer, but I took an idea of cursor drag stopped and kind of stretched it out a little beyond what it needed to be. And now cursor dragging isn't even a thing anymore, and the name is still out there. So that needs to get changed. But otherwise, we fixed, and what we did just now is fixing the animation on the bubbles that get popped. Or when you go to a new checkpoint, fixing the animation and everything there. So yeah, all in all, got a good bit done today, or a good bit that improves the feel of the game, I would say quite a bit. So yeah, for tomorrow I might, well, yeah, actually I was thinking potentially today I'm getting the new like progress kind of meter going. I renamed everything here called to the nav meter. This is all referred to as nav meter now. Nav meter, nav bubbles. And now I'm thinking we'll probably have like another little thing over here on this side that gives you like your progress throughout the entire game, right? Like all the bubbles you've popped. Like there's 100 bubbles right now, for example. And it'll show like your progress from bubble 0 all the way to bubble 100. And you'd have like kind of like maybe little tick marks showing the checkpoints or something like that. So that is what I'd like to get to tomorrow. Yes. And in the future, we'll need to be doing... Yeah, I mean, gameplay-wise, things feel pretty good. I kind of want to maybe... Like, I think this might be good enough to just get the initial public release going. And, I mean, when I do get the first public release, pre-alpha, blah, 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 when I do have that going, I'm immediately going to be continuing to work on kind of the next features, you know. So it's more just to have something out there that some people can play, you know, and people hanging out in the stream. Hey, oh, I just saw your comment there, Nadir2K. Why are you using WebSockets? You don't seem to have a server. I do have a server. Oh, there were a bunch more comments here that I missed too. Zenglish. Are the popped not destructing because you need them in the history stack? No, the popped are destructing. They, well, destructing doesn't quite mean exactly what it should mean. It's a little bit of a misnomer. They still are in the history. The objects are still in the history. The destructing part of it is their listeners are no longer registered with the global event emitter. I know destructing is kind of like a misnomer for that, but I kind of named it destructing to be like a sort of future-proofing thing. Like I thought maybe more things would happen with that method within the destruct method, but currently they don't. So it's more, instead of destruct, it's more like stop listening. Stop listening to global events. That's more of like the name of what the event, the method should be. But what you asked is, are the popped not destructing? The popped are destructing. The thing is, they were not destructing until, so maybe what I was saying at that amount of time, at that point in time when you asked the question, made more sense to that. But the popped are destructing, but they're now deferred until the animation of that last bubble finishes. But as far as the history and everything, all the objects are still there in that array, and I still have them. Nadir2K, you said, why are you using WebSockets? You don't seem to have a server. I do have a server, and the game is actually competitive. And am not working on that currently, the competitive part currently. But yes, so that is why I'm using WebSockets. This is a new game mode that I've been working on, and I haven't done any of the competitive, the one-on-one stuff. It's a one-on-one kind of game, just kind of racing the other player. And I haven't done any of that, the server-side code for this game mode yet. So that'll be something to work on soon. But I've basically just been kind of working on, well, the client side stuff, the single player kind of stuff. But yeah, for now, I think that is it. I think I'm going to cap it off here, and we'll continue tomorrow. Yeah, I might be doing some more thinking about gameplay and just kind of the look and feel. Well, not look, but not look and feel. Not the look and feel at all. That's not what I'm talking about. Kind of there might be some other gameplay changes I might want to make. That might be a little more significant. So we'll see. We'll see where that goes. But yeah, for now, I think we're going to sign off. I kind of have to poop, so it's kind of a good time to close the stream down. So yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back here 9:30 or 10 a.m. Zanglish, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Appreciate the comments, the help. You helped me clean that code up pretty good there. So yeah, hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, 9:30 or 10-ish Central Daylight Time currently. So that's when I'll start. Probably go for 5-6 hours or so. So for now, we'll see you guys in the next one. Adios. Thanks for tuning in.